You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville!
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to log lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub call. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. What listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. I don't think anybody in the National League wants the wild card except for the Phillies. What in the tar nation's going on?
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcoming in is Mr. Joey. How are you, Joey? Excuse me.
I am fired up. It's a great day to be alive. Off of work tomorrow, getting ready for Viva Las Vegas. What more can a man ask for?
What time is your flight?
All right. 1 o'clock Central Time, so 2 o'clock Eastern.
Okay. Tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, mercy. So you're going to arrive there before you got there, before you left, right? Aren't you going to gain a couple hours?
Exactly right.
Pick off?
Yes, sir.
Oh, mercy. You're going to be time traveling, literally and figuratively.
Just hope I come back alive next week to be a part of this great show is all I'm hoping for.
Where are y'all staying?
It was the old Bailey Doyle's. It's called the Horseshoe now. It's like right by Caesar's Palace on the Strip.
Horseshoe?
Yeah, it's called the Horseshoe now.
I know the Horseshoe. Yeah, okay. Oh man alive! And you're only just there for a couple of days?
Yeah. So we fly out Friday afternoon and we come back Monday afternoon.
Man, that's just enough time to get incarcerated.
I'm sure the group with me, you, and Tones will have some fun text messages over the next few days.
I can only imagine. Remember to try to turn everybody's cameras off at certain parts of the evening, right? You don't want any real hard evidence later on.
No, I might post one right when I land and right when I leave. Everything in between is not going on social media.
You really should post before and after pictures because you won't be the same person.
Could I get smarter? Is that possible?
That is not possible. The line
well, I can't get much dumber.
The line in Vegas is you can't even get that in Vegas right now. The line and smart with Joey. There is no line with Joey getting dumber. It's a pick 'em.
How much lower can that go?
We gonna find out this weekend.
Tuesday when I'm not speaking English.
I never thought I could get dumber than I landed in Vegas, and I was like, "Holy crap! What is this?" I think I've told that story before, so I won't go into that today. But, anyways, we got some games kicking. But before we get all that going, Joey's going to give us his for what you got, sir.
Oh, yeah, and let's take it, Mr. Mac, right to the National Football League, where unfortunately for the Carolina Panthers over the past couple of hours in the NFC South, Bryce Young has been ruled out with an ankle injury. That will leave Andy Dalton as the Carolina Panthers starting quarterback for Sunday.
Oof. Do you think it's because of his ankle injuries? Or do you think it's because he's lining up behind the right guard on a did you see that?
Well, I did see that, and I know we've talked about it many times, but boy, does he look small behind that offensive line. It looks like a miniature toy.
That, and for someone who came from Alabama, he doesn't look very polished. Now, no. It's still early, but the point is, by the way, for folks who might be wondering, Milwaukee's magic number is now 3 as they blank the Cardinals today. Mm-hmm. 6-0. What's your number 2?
We're going to stay one more round with consistency with the quarterback position, and the 0-2 Bengals are faced with a Joe Burrow day-to-day calf injury, and I tell you what, their backup quarterback situation isn't pretty. It's a must-win for Cincy in my mind, and they could be without Joe Burrow potentially.
Who is their backup quarterback? Do you know?
Everyone always asks that question, and what do I do right away? I do nothing but chuckle. But yeah, as I try to start myself and go along, Jake Browning.
Really?
Jake Browning is their backup this year.
I remember him in college. I did not know he was in the NFL. Okay.
It's his first season.
Yeah. I don't remember. I don't think he was drafted. Maybe he was, and I just don't recall it. Okay. Well, maybe they get the next Brock Purdy and things turn their way. I don't think they will. I think that means they're going to start 0-3. That's going to be
they're Monday Night Football against the Rams.
Update, real quick. Tampa Bay, Los Angeles. They just got tied, bottom of the ninth. The Rays just tied it up. Someone who is not, he just looks like Wander Franco hit a base hit to left field. It's not Wander Franco, as we all know. Anyways, what is your number 3?
Number 3, like you said with baseball, but we're going to the American League wild card where we've talked about it the last couple of weeks, Max. Seattle at Texas, 3-game series starts tonight. Miller versus Dunning. They are tied.
It's a 4-game series, right?
This one's 3. The next series next week is 4. They have 7 games over the next 2 weeks. I thought.
They're not playing on Sunday?
I thought. No, series starts tomorrow.
Okay. I was about
to say.
So
3-game series starting tomorrow. That's my misinterpretation.
I was about to say, that is very strange that I didn't see the game on the docket, but I didn't know if I missed it. But I was about to say that would be very strange to have Sunday off. But okay,
3 tomorrow.
So 3-game series starts tomorrow, but it's 3 of 7. They play 4 next week.
Bingo.
Now the one this week, is that in Texas, and the last one's in Seattle, or do I have that backwards?
No, you have it correct. This one's in Texas first.
Texas has to win that series, and I mean, in a perfect world, they would need to sweep, but they got to win that series. You can't lose that series and then go to Seattle for 4 days. Right? It's going to be Dust Bowl City. And I want to say that when we talked about it the other day, in between that, Seattle has Houston. So they've got themselves a gauntlet coming up. All right, and what's number 4?
I just changed my number 4 because breaking news, the Cowboys fear that Pro Bowl cornerback Trevon Diggs has torn an ACL and could miss the remainder of the season. Holy
brutal. That is brutal.
Wow.
And you hit that just in time.
Perfect. That was good.
Wow. That is brutal. Trevon Diggs, that's not good.
Oh,
they will be out there on the trade market because this defense looks like the best defense in football right now. And, I mean, if I'm ranking it, I'm just talking about eye test. If I'm ranking it right now, it's Dallas and then probably the Jets. That is a brutal, brutal injury.
Yeah, because if people remember, they did pick up Stephon Gilmore in the offseason to be the number 2. But if they lose Diggs, like you said, you're going to have to make another transaction to get another good player because they need that staple.
And what are you willing to give up? But they're going to have to do something because that's not going to work.
And it's just confirmed his season is officially done. Wow.
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 Wow. I watched that game, but I wasn't locked into it. I was doing some studio work, so that was the one game I listened to. I don't even recall him being injured. Did it happen during practice or happen during the game?
That I don't have. I'm looking
Zach Wilson was skipping rocks across the freaking lake, so there wasn't a lot of passing going on. Wow, that's man. That is
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, every time I looked up, Wilson was running for his life. It was just an absolute disaster. All right, well.
He tore it during practice today, Mac.
Okay. I was about to say, I thought I saw him in, but I didn't watch the tail end of the game, so I thought maybe I missed something. And I was a little surprised that I hadn't heard anything. So it happened in practice today.
Practice.
We're talking about practice. Not a game. Not a game. Practice. Man. Man, oh man alive. Well, that's one of those things that was bound to happen. Then if he did it in practice, as light as those practices are nowadays, they don't do contact practices anymore in the NFL. That's in the Players Union. So,
isn't it laughable though they put that in there? But we see all these injuries where a guy's just like running a sprint, boom, torn ACL. It's like they don't even need contact. It's worse these days because they don't practice.
Well, I think it's that, and I I do believe that the human body, though it's gotten stronger as years have gone on, there's also so much torque ligaments can take. And we might be getting too strong, too big. And we haven't evolved as a species quickly enough for our ligaments. And I mean, let's be honest, man. Football is not a game that was really designed for humans to play.
This is gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that they came up with. Do you know what the original reason for football was? Because college football predated professional football, right? Do you know what the original reason for football was being played in the late 1800s for college footballs for students?
I'd be lying if I said yes.
So it originated because they wanted all the young men of college age to play because they were concerned that they had not been in a war in a few decades. So the intent was to toughen them up in case a war came along. You wouldn't have a bunch of soft individuals. By the way, breaking news, Tampa Bay walks it off 5-4. And we're going to take a quick break as you're listening to Braves Country here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Going to throw on a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey Scott, 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey Scott. Lindsey Scott. Lindsey Scott. SEC.
Armchair.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Coach, how do you feel about your past season?
Well, it's been a very rewarding season for us. It's one that I would not have been able to lay my job on the line saying we were going to win 9 ball games. I couldn't have done it before the year. And it's been we were hoping definitely to have a winning season, for the first time in a long time. And it's just been an excellent season as far as the way things turned out are concerned.
Well, can you say how you brought a losing Florida State team around to be a winning one?
No, I can't. Number one, we've got some real fine assistant coaches that I think know what they're doing, and they work very hard at football, spend a lot of time on it. And even more important than that is the attitude of our players who knew what they wanted to accomplish and had confidence that they could do it and were willing to work.
Armchair.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Coach, how are you, sir?
Well, Pee Wee, I've been wanting to talk to you all week, man. I mean, we got to firm up the pocket. We're setting too soft. We're getting pushed back in the middle. All right, everybody thinks we can't hold up against the blitz, but they're sacking us with 4-man rush, 1 3-man rush. Only 1 sack came off of a pressure, so I wanted to ask you what the hell's going on.
Welcome back. So I put it on the screen in the chat. I'm going to take it off in a second to get the starting lineup to get into the Braves. But Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud, and AR5. I want to keep walking. It's changed game number 15 back again. But AR5 all still questionable. Bryce Young is out. Diggs from the Cowboys out, ACL for the year. So a lot of stuff going on in the world of football. And then you have this thing called an actual game tonight of the Giants. By the way, it's almost that time. We took an early break. Just about 420. Smoke them if you got them. Giants, Niners, it really looks like to me that's going to be an absolute ambush tonight. There's no Saquon Barkley. They're on the road. They're a 10.5-point dog. And the numbers, I saw some numbers today on Thursday night games where teams are double-digit dogs for the last 40 years. They're actually a tad better than what they are over the last 9 years, which I would call more the modern era, because those Thursday night games 40 years ago were normally like a rando, right? There was a random Thursday game every great once in a while. They're bad. They, as far as the money line, they are 40-4. The favorite is. They're 13-0 since 2015, I believe is what the year was. Not much of a chance for the Giants to get one here tonight.
No, not at all. And the only thing that's concerning me is everybody's saying San Francisco blowout, right? But if you just look at it, I mean, unless Danny Dimes.
Don't do it, Joey. Don't do it. I know what you're going to do, man. I know what you're going to do. You're going to get a couple of cervezas in you. You know what, man? I'm going money line. Dude, Giants are getting blown out tonight. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Nobody wants to believe it because it's the only game on. So we want it to be good. It's Giants. It's Niners. It's 2 very good brands of the NFL. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, really, I'm just going to – if you have any San Francisco 49ers in fantasy, you're probably looking good. If you have any Giants, probably not looking so good.
Bench him. If you got a Giant, bench him. I don't care who it is. You put it.
I was going to say, who would you even start? There can't be much. Yeah.
The answer is nobody. He's on the injured list. He's no longer available to play tonight. Saquon Barkley is the only startable player in that game.
Fair.
Don't come at me with that. Should I start Matt Breida? No! I picked him up in one league because I have Barkley, but I'm not starting him. I picked him up in case he has a decent game and Barkley's out, 11 days from now, then maybe I start him. No way in hell. In fact, I closed the app out on my phone so I wouldn't even think about it. That's the only Barkley holding that I have. There might be something there to do if you're doing a DFS. You throw this in, you throw that in, right? But it's going to be an absolute it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, because on the other side of the ball,
the Giants' offensive line has not done a good job to begin with, and then they're banged up, and then they're going up against the Niners. Bosa's going to be licking his damn chops.
In one half, they let up 28 points to the Dobbs-led Cardinals. I hate to see what the 49ers can do in one half with McCaffrey in the game.
I think they'll do it methodical because the way I look at it is San Francisco can't be worried about the Giants putting a lot of points on the board. So just don't screw it up and you're going to win this game by double digits.
Yeah, don't turn it over.
Yeah, don't turn the ball over. Don't do anything dumb. And then you get 11 days off and away you go. But I haven't even looked at that part of it, but what the over under, is that possibly in play? Let me take a look at it real quick. I kept focusing on the 10.5. I was like, man, why am I even you know what? I'm leaving the app because if I keep looking at it, I'm going to talk. I'll never talk myself into taking minus 10.5, right? So
you got to find a way to tease it maybe or something.
And over under is 43.5. I don't like that at all. Because that sounds about right. I think if I was doing anything, honestly, I would take San Francisco. I did do a money line bet today. I took San Francisco on the money line and the Braves on a money line, and it pays out, I think, minus 120, 130, somewhere in that neighborhood. Braves are on the road in Washington with Max Fried coming back, so feel pretty good about that one. And as you see the lineup is out, and the Braves are going to go Acuna, Ozzie, Riley, Olsen, and Ozuna, more of the same. Now, this is interesting. They've got Harris, Darnode, and Eddie Rosario. So Harris is now hitting behind Ozuna. That is the first time they've done that this year with the right-hander on the mound. So that's interesting to me because what we're looking at here is this something they're going to do going forward, or is this something that they're just kind of screwing around with? I can tell you this, I don't love it because they're going Harris and then Darnode and then Rosario and then Arcia. And if you're going to screw with it, then why not just take Eddie and put him in Harris's spot and vice versa? Because Orlando Arcia, he gets on the base pass, he's going to clog him up. He's slower than damn molasses for a shortstop. So he's going to get on first. Let's say they walk Acuna. Acuna can't steal. He can't go anywhere. So I would rather have Eddie down there. And plus, Eddie's going to get better pitches. And Eddie's the one who's really been struggling. So put Eddie in front of Acuna. But I'm sure some analytical dork came in with a spreadsheet and goes, technically what you're looking at here is, could someone close the shades? I don't like the sun. Technically what you're looking at here is.
I tuned in to Braves Country when you were with the Phillies guy. I tuned in right in the bottom of the first, and it was a leadoff homer. So talk about that's what you ultimately want right there. That was just a bang wazoo, as Mac would say. But no, that was a fun way to start that one. Just get an Acuna homer. You don't even have to worry about bases.
Yeah, well, what I'm talking about is when you come back.
No, I know. I'm kidding.
The number 9 hitter who has been Michael Harris for so long, he's been seeing really good pitches. So his batting average has gone up, but I still say a lot of that has to do with the fact that he's hitting right in front of Acuna. You take him out of that 9 spot, we'll see what he does. But there's a big difference between going, all right, facing Harris over here and Darnode's on deck, then, all right, Christ almighty, there's Ronald Acuna Jr. I got to throw him a fastball. There's just – now let me get on you about something. What the hell is going on with the Cubs, man? Trying to get us to the postseason where you get a Cubs, Phillies, Cubs that set the Phillies. It's Braves, Cubs, that kind of thing.
It's really been – we've lost now 6 out of 7 going all the way back to last week, and we played teams like Colorado and Pittsburgh in that stretch. So bottom line is this, our pitching is falling apart, kind of. Our bullpen, we're without Alzolay.
Bottom line is this. It's that meme. Oh, no, we suck again.
Yeah. Oh, no, we suck again. Yeah, no, that is truthfully. I think we win tonight, though. Kyle Hendricks on the mound.
God, I thought they had it last night. It was Justin freaking Steele. I've been trying to defend this guy for the Cy Young for over a week, and he goes out. Did you see his line? 3 innings, 3 against the Pirates. He gave up 6 earned runs, 8 hits, and I'm like, it's over, dude.
And what's funny is he cruised through the first two innings in full, and then that third inning just absolutely got bamboozled.
It was the second time through the order is what it was.
Yep.
And they dialed in on him. And I know he doesn't have powering stuff, but he's a good pitcher. And whatever chance he had at the Cy Young went out the door last night.
It's got to be Blake Snell, right?
It's Snell with an outside chance of Strider, just because of Strider's ridiculous strikeout totals.
Yeah, we were looking at that yesterday because they were comparing Steele, Strider, Snell, and one more pitcher was in there. I'm blanking at the top of my head. But anyways, Strider's K rate, when I saw that, I'm like, did the TV have a typo? Because that was unreal what his K rate is.
If we had not skipped,
his ERA is a little high.
We didn't skip his starts. We gave him extra days off in between starts. They did it to the entire Braves rotation in the back half of the season because they've had everything wrapped up, right? If they had not done that, Joey, he would have 300 strikeouts this year. But he's going to run out of time. He's got 2 starts left. I mean, I ain't putting anything past him, but he needs like 40 strikeouts in those. I'm not putting anything past that dude. But, let's be honest. They're not going to leave him in long enough to hit it. So It's disappointing because I really thought he was going to hit that 300 mark. And then he went from pitching every 5 to 6 days to every 7 or 8 days. So I'm interested to see what this does tonight. For folks who may be asking whatnot, no play-by-play tonight. Thursday night, made some plans with the family. We got some.
You're allowed to do that?
Huh?
You're allowed to do that?
Yeah. Well, I told everyone that the numbers were going to do the talking, and we haven't gotten the likes and the views this past week that we had been getting because people have lost interest. So I'm still going to put the chat up, and there is a pregame show that will play an hour before first pitch. So we're still doing that for you. We will be doing tomorrow night's game, but tonight I'm just going to take it off because there's no sense of spinning my wheels if everybody's going to be watching that terrible football game. So there you go. There you have that. I'm going to be watching Braves Nationals, but
I'm going to be watching the Cubs.
Yeah. I'll have another. I'm not going to lie. I'll have another monitor on the. I keep wanting to call it Monday night, Thursday night football game. But I'm not going to get locked into it. First of all, I can't deal with Kirk Herbstreit doing the NFL. Nothing against him personally. We've talked about this before. I love the guy in college. I cannot deal with it, man. So I'm not listening to that.
I thought of you when he said last week's game, he said, this is one of the better and he corrected himself.
He said what?
He said, this is one of for the NFL Thursday game. He said, this is one of the better teams in the country. He goes, oh, that's my Saturday hat. Sorry, folks.
See, it's that kind of stuff, man, where I was like, I feel like they tried to take a square peg and jam it in a round hole. And the whole time, you don't see his face, but I can just feel it. Al Michaels going, what the hell have you done to me? Why? Now, Al Michaels kind of did it to himself because he left Sunday Night Football, but I really didn't want to hear Al Michaels complaining. No, I love Al Michaels. I love what he's always done, everything he's always done. The Olympics, football, baseball, everything. But you chose to leave the Thursday night game, the Sunday night game of the week, which is the marquee game. And I'm talking about money right? You can't go to the Amazon Bobo game of the week and go, man, we don't have very good matchups. That would literally be like Kirk Herbstreit taking money and going, guys, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to FS1. I want to be able to speak my mind. I can't work for Disney anymore. And then get over there and go, man, these Mac Tuesday night games of the week really suck. What do you think was going to happen? You know, it's a trade-off. So, and I'll tell you what, I've given it a try, and I've tried, Joey. Tell me if because I know everyone's opinions vary. I can't deal with it. I think their pregame show is terrible. The Amazon.
Yeah, because what they got Sherman Gonzalez.
Sherman's the only one I like.
They got and then what the Whitworth and Colleen Wolf. Fitzpatrick's on there too.
I don't know who I'm more burned out on, Fitzpatrick or Deion Sanders. Like, it's right there, man. It's like,
and even worse than that, Mac. And I know it sounds simple, and people might think I'm crazy for saying it, but the simple fact that I can't hit the back or the previous button on my remote to go from Amazon to regular TV. That just stops me right there. So if it's not that good of a game, I'll stay on whatever cable or YouTube TV I got. I'll go back and forth between my Cubs and the college football game. As long as I can hit that previous channel, that's all I need.
Well, I don't do cable. I do the streaming service because I'm not an old man like you, evidently.
We switch roles.
Man, quit paying for cable. But
I only do it for Marquee Network.
Can you not get Marquee? So Marquee Network is where the Cubs come on, right?
Correct. But if I switch to YouTube TV, that will take away Marquee, and then I have to buy the Marquee app.
By the way, can you do that, or you get screwed? Do you get blacked out?
No, you don't get hosed. I will say that. You don't get blacked out for it. But you do have to pay for the Marquee app.
Gotcha. All right. I get that. I don't know what the pricing is up there, but it's become insane in most places in the country. If you compare cable / DirecTV, whatever you want to call it, right. Compared to streaming. I know a lot of people don't like the idea, but I'm telling you, the moment that they make ESPN a la carte, and then the only thing I buy them for is physical ball games anymore. I can't stand their shows. But they're I'm getting the hell out of whatever I'm in. In other words, I'm not going to pay extra money to watch the Lifetime channel, because I got it all bundled up. See, for everyone that complains and says, well, I shouldn't have to pay X amount of dollars a month for your ESPN and your FS1 and your NFL network, blah, blah, blah. That's a fair point. But I shouldn't have to pay a gazobble amount of dollars for the channels that I don't watch that you enjoy, like AMC and anything to do with Oprah Winfrey and what else am I forgetting?
The View.
Any of the news channels, I can't watch any of them because they're all lying to me. It doesn't matter what side you're on. If you believe it is news channels, it's all a lie, right? They're all just trying to get you to get all pissed off so you buy the next thing that comes on the screen. So yeah, no, I'm out. The only news channels I even watch anymore are I'll flip over to a business, the business / keeping up with the stocks, and usually that's muted. I don't want to hear your opinion. I just want to see where my stocks are.
Be green.
So, I can't. Yeah. So, if you're just joining us, breaking news: Trayvon Diggs. I don't know where he gets Trayvon from. It's just Trevon. Diggs torn ACL in practice today. He gone for the season. So
he gone.
That's it's a rough blow for the Cowboys. And honestly, I thought looked like if they started the tournament today, and obviously they don't, Cowboys win the Super Bowl.
I felt good about predicting them to get there until that injury.
Yeah. Felt real good about it until about 17 minutes ago, and then I was like, that was not a good pick. Yeah, you know where I'm at with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Oh, gosh, I forgot you did. I mean, I had them going to the playoffs, so I can't talk too much either. But, man, these NFL injuries, I mean, we look at Rodgers, Diggs. We just talked about Bryce Young. Injuries just be happening to critical players in bigger spots than we've seen before, I feel like, and it's a lot of non-contact.
Well, once again, I think the guys are getting bigger. They're getting faster. They're getting stronger, but their ligaments are not stronger. Their ligaments, all that is through this weird thing we call evolution. And you don't have enough time. 30 years, where's the evolution at? No, you don't evolve in 30 years, buddy. I don't. Hell, I'll be lucky to see 80 years old. I won't have evolved at all in 80 years. I will have regressed.
The way they're moving the retirement age, I'm working till death.
Yeah. Well, I'll beat them to that. I'll just you think you got I got a loophole, buddy. I'll just die. How about that?
Beat you.
I'll just keep eating junk and drinking junk, and away we go.
Jokes on them.
That Trayvon Diggs, as he pronounces it, reminds me of this. So I was doing some editing today, and there's a clip for the new Braves country. You know how we always do the funny clips from the commercial breaks, and there's one of this lady. I just found her recently. She's a hilarious older lady that I didn't know where the soundbite was going until she goes. It was a real quick soundbite, but she says something to the effect of, Joey. She says, "I just met a girl named Hana or Hanna, right?"
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, Hannah," and the girl corrected her, said, "No, it's Hana." And this older lady, she just looks up in the sky like real pissed off. She goes, I'm holding on by a thread, people. I just can't do this anymore." Oh, I know that's right. You gotta spell your name a certain way, pronounce it that way.
Yeah, and we get looked at like the fool.
I go by Mac, but my legitimate name is David. But I never went into school and go, no, it's David.
I'm Jose.
Quit being a jackass and shut up. How about that? You know why I didn't say it? Because us Gen Xers, we get wrapped in the mouth with that damn ruler if we said that to our teacher. It's David. Shut up! That's
David and Jose. Yeah, as Josh and Brian alluded to in the chat, they're both correct. Breaking news that wide receiver Brandon Ayuk will miss tonight's game. So that's hurt some people's fantasy teams, I'm sure.
Brian is wrong. They're not both correct. And this is the guy that didn't. Brian is the guy that didn't know how to. Didn't know that he needed to capitalize college when he was spelling out Boston College the other day. So
last names he's not spelling out either.
We're not going to take advice from B Rabbit, as he calls himself.
Bam, bam.
Yeah. I thought that was Eminem's hashtag line or whatever.
Wicked Slim Shady.
Yeah. You're not Slim Shady.
He claims he's driving. No excuses. Play like a champion.
You're Slim Shorty. I believe I mentioned it, but Tampa Bay did walk off the Angels.
Wow.
So winner chicken dinner. Mm-hmm. I had on a parlay today. I had the Milwaukee Brewers on the run line, and I had the Rays on the money line. They came back. They were down 4-2. It might have even been 4-1, but it was 4-2 when I looked up. They came back and whittled it back and did a walk-off in the bottom of the ninth inning. I think Ramirez walked him off, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. Anyways, let's take that quick break. When we come back,
yes, sir,
we're going to get into some lines for tonight. Some other NFL lines, maybe some college football lines. We're going to give you our lock of the night. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Joey and Mac taking you. I'm sorry, Hoey and Mosh taking you to the top of the hour.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. Little Bites? That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute? I love Little Bites. I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay? Got it. As I was saying, whenever I bring home you know what, you know who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious. I love Little Bites. Here you go. Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Hey, Braves fans. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch by pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table, matching chairs, bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done. U.S. only.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Nobody's got anything bad to say about Dustin Pedroia. Okay, if he didn't mention Dustin Pedroia, I wouldn't have said a word. But the fact that he mentioned Big Papi in the steroid era, when you want to bring that clown, that joke of a player up, they broke a great player. Ted Williams was one of the greatest players ever, and the fact that you would bring the fact up and he broke his record after he's pumping steroids in his behind, I don't want to hear about it. Telling Wooten to pick a better Red Sox. You could have picked 10 better Red Sox than Big Papi.
I like him. I'm a Red Sox fan.
Of course you like him. You like the Gators. You like Aerosmith. There's a lot of things you like that the rest of the world don't. I'm just throwing it out there. Dude looks like a lady. I'm just saying. Throwing it out there. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Billy Bills gets to show game ball today.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. He's been flying beer since
I put it on the screen, but Brandon Lowe leaves the game Thursday. The knee injury. No word on how significant that is, but that's significant if he's out for any amount of time for the Tampa Bay Rays. I mean, they're already kind of thin.
Wow.
With losing Franco to the nonsense they lost him to, and whoa, Hunter Renfroe was DFA'd by the Reds and has been released. Did he do something? I mean, what am I missing here? Because he was having a good year. I guess he just wasn't hitting well.
Interesting.
Man, that's strange because he was hitting. He was tearing it up when I didn't pay attention to what he did when he went to Cincinnati, but before he came over there, man, that's crazy. I believe Darius Vines is pitching tonight for the Gwinnett Stripers too, is what it looks like. But that is wild that he would be out there. So he got DFA'd, got all the way back to them. Nobody wanted him, and they still kicked him out. How about that?
You like that?
How about that? All right. Well, let's go ahead and get into the lines of this week. We'll start with tonight's game, but I don't think the NFL game is going to get anybody excited. But before we get into the NFL, I did want to just touch on some college football.
I was going to say, since I can't talk about it this weekend, I'd love to get into a couple of these big matchups lines.
So, yeah, for those y'all just joining us, Joey will be incarcerated early Friday, and we'll miss all of the football weekend that's should be some really good games. It's a shame you're not going to be out of the clink by then. They normally
that's a spoiler.
I've heard by rumor that by rumor that they like to hold you about 48 hours over there in Vegas. So you're probably not going to see any action on the screen. I mean, you might see some action when you're inside there, but you won't see it.
I'm hoping they just keep serving. It just keeps serving.
All right. What time is y'all's game? 7:30 on Saturday night, right?
Yep, on NBC.
Ohio State. Man, which is 4:30 local time out there, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I always get screwed up by the desert time because they go back and forth on that. But anyways,
it does change.
Well, because they sit in that, I'm pretty sure that they sit in the mountain time zone, and it changes and it stays. So sometimes they're 2 hours behind, sometimes they're 3 hours behind us.
Correct. You're right.
Bunch of freaking goofballs. It's a 3-point spread. Notre Dame's getting 3. And I was hoping that was bigger. That's what she said. Notre Dame getting 3 points. I still like Notre Dame to win that game. I was hoping people were going to jump on Ohio State, but maybe it's because the Notre Dame fan base put a lot of money on Notre Dame. What say you on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be placing a bet at hopefully Caesars if I'm not incarcerated by then. But I do like Notre Dame chances, especially since they're home. Last year we played them in week 1 with the new coaching staff and everything on the road, and we played a competitive game against what I think was fiercer competition in C.J. Stroud when we had Tyler Buchanan at quarterback, who can't even start for Bama now. So looking ahead, though, we're on our home turf. Sam Hartman has been – last week I saw him against Central Michigan in person. I know not a good opponent, but he just looks like the real deal week after week, along with the running game that's been tough. I don't see Ohio State coming in with their new quarterback, who's played okay, but nothing crazy, and beating them up. So I think Notre Dame gets this game in a close one, 27-24.
So what's interesting is that Florida State is a 2.5-point favorite in Clemson. I thought that would be a pick 'em, or Clemson would be a slight favorite.
I'll take Florida State as long as it doesn't go to 3.
I mean, at that point, you just grab the money line, right?
True.
I don't normally like to bet on FSU, but that's a tempting one. I think they're being devalued because they struggled in BC. We went over that earlier in the week. There's so many reasons why they struggled the way they did. I think they're going to get it together. I do think they're going to beat Clemson. And you're going to start hearing some clamoring early next week of people wanting to know if we've already heard it a little bit, but let them drop another one. What are they going to be saying about Dabo Swinney? Right? They are going to be, I mean, the Clemson fan base is going to be ready to run him out. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, there's some teams that aren't looking too good right now, and they're being one of them. Clemson is a bigger program when you're supposed to have a better record. All eyes are going to be on you. I mean, look at Alabama and Clemson could be 2-2 after this weekend. Both of those teams who we're used to sometimes seeing in the playoff,
Get the Alabama game out. I'm assuming that's 3:30. Usually
it is on CBS.
There is no way I would give up 6.5 points in Alabama.
No.
That is going to be if Alabama wins, that is going to be a nail biter. I would take Mississippi's, Ole Miss, just because I would want those points in my pocket.
I'm taking the 6.5 in Ole Miss all day there.
I mean, I'm probably teasing it with something else if I'm being honest, but still.
What do you think about this one? Just obviously, Colorado's had all the love. They're at Oregon.
They're going to get smoked.
21 though. What do you think about the spread?
I'm more likely to see. They're 332, aren't they?
ABC, yep.
330. There we go. Over under 70. Wow.
Whew.
I'd be tempted on the under. Colorado's not going to be able to move the ball on Oregon.
Yeah, they'll be lucky to get to 20.
They're going to blame it on, we didn't have Travis Hunter. Colorado sucks. People can say whatever they want. They can be all in love with this whole new thing because people love the new shiny thing, right?
Correct.
They haven't played anybody. They barely got out alive at home, a night game that they had hyped up and also had all this bulletin board material about the fact that the head coach of Colorado, Norvell, had talked smack about Deion Sanders not taking his glasses off and his hat off when he's – I think he was referring to the press conferences, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had all this, make it personal. We're going to make it personal. You made it real damn personal. You got kicked in the giblets and lost is what almost happened. They're going to get pounded in Oregon.
And then they get USC. They're going to be 3-2. That's exactly why game day went last week, because this hype train is dead in 2 weeks.
Yes. And it's funny. I was watching, I guess it was the replay of one of the talk shows from yesterday from ESPN, and they're all giving them a tongue bath, right? And they're all like, man, it's going to be close. I'm going to take Oregon to win. And the question was 21 points. I would take Oregon to win, but none of them really wanted to talk about because it's going to be close, but Oregon will win. Yeah, but you got to. No one cares about that 1952 radio talk guy. We're talking about: are you taking the points or are you giving the points? That's the only thing that matters in the world of football.
Absolutely.
I don't give a damn if you think Duke is going to beat UConn this weekend. I want to know, are they going to cover 21 points? No one cares if Nebraska is going to beat Louisiana Tech. Are they going to cover the 20.5 that's out there?
And for Brian, nobody cares if Miami's playing Temple. They just care if Temple can cover the 23.5.
Cupcake schedule. Temple? Now we're playing Temple? Bethune-Cookman, Temple? Come on! That's another joke of it. Everyone jumped on that bandwagon like all of a sudden that's a team to worry about. Miami's not a team to worry about. Trust me on that one. Any other college games that jump out at you this weekend before we jump to the NFL?
We hit all the good ones. The only other one I'll say, 7 o'clock on Fox, we get Oregon State and Washington State. To me, if one of those two teams want to make a big push and try to keep in that, playoff hunt, you got to win that game, right? So Oregon State, Washington State, big one.
South Carolina giving up 6 at home to Mississippi State. I like that one a lot. South Carolina is better than people give them credit. Mississippi State is terrible. Absolutely awful. And I don't think that line's big enough. Georgia 42. I know people are like, oh, they've struggled. They're not motivated yet, man. Wait till Georgia starts putting it together. 42, I wouldn't touch that. All right, National Football League. Before we get into tonight's game, real quick, what's your favorite line for the weekend?
Ooh, my favorite line? I'm big on Detroit this weekend. I know that's not going to be liked here, but I feel like Atlanta had a couple of nice games early, and Lions coming off a loss at home, I feel like they win this game. Sorry to the Atlanta fans. Please don't hate me.
Kansas City, team total is 31.5. It's third week of the season. This is when teams should start playing good football that are good. They are going to demolish the Bears. That is a dumpster fire.
Did you hear what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't put it in your 4 at 4 because you didn't. I kind of got sidetracked. But the dude, what is his name? Alvin Williams?
Alvin Williams, yeah.
Defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Fired the defensive coordinator in the middle of the week. Look, no one quite knows exactly what the deal is, but there are some rumors out there. Regardless, they are not going to be focused on beating the Chiefs in Arrowhead.
And all I can tell you, long story short, if you need a lawyer for being sick and dismissed from the team, there's something fishy. That guy is in bad trouble.
We can talk about it off air, but I've got pretty good intel on what he's actually in trouble for. I just don't want to mention it because until I hear it verified from a verifiable source, a real source, not like some Twitter head. I don't want to mention it, but it's not good. I'll just put it that way.
I think we're on a similar line of thinking because it's bad.
And the FBI is involved. We'll just say that it's not something you're going to be able to plead your way out of.
You won't have a job again in the
You gone, baby. You gone. That's it. It's bad. What is your lock and what is your walk-off, my guy?
Yes, sir. As I walk off into the distance and hopefully am back alive. My lock today, I'm going to take the Blue Jays minus 140 at the Yankees. It's another big game for the Jays as they got, obviously, their Barrios on the mound, so they need a good performance there. And then my walk-off is this. You guys emptied your schedules out all year long, all summer long on Saturdays to the women. College football, you go from noon to midnight. Do not move. You have the basic channels. You're going to be watching every primetime game. There's like 6 ranked matchups. Enjoy it.
My lock tonight. Damn, man, it just went above. I knew it was going to do that while we were on the air. All right, I had Ranger Suarez at home against the Mets, minus 164, but we have the minus 150 rule. So let me see if there's something else I can grab. Maybe I end up You know what? I will take Ranger Suarez and the Phillies on the run line, minus 1.5, plus 115. They're playing David Peterson. I know the Mets own the Phillies for some weird reason, but not tonight. Ranger Suarez is going to lock it down, and David Peterson is awful. My walk-off is, Joey, do not gamble all your money. Sit some in the back of your wallet enough to get yourself bailed out. I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you.
I was thinking about using you as my one phone call.
And if it's during the Florida State Clemson game, don't call me. Will you accept the charges? Are you kidding me? We're in the middle of the third quarter. We're down by 2. We got the ball in the 40.
Yes, I accept that.
That's all you're going to hear on the other side. Just trust me. Tuck that money away.
I'll be tucking something.
And then when you get bailed out, get on the first plane, get the hell out of there. Have a great trip, brother. We'll see you when you come back. We will see you tomorrow, 3 to 5. We go live. It'll be Tones is on the show tomorrow, and Football Friday, and we're doing a 6-pack of cool games because it's that good of a weekend. Y'all have a great one. We're gonna leave the chat up for the game. It's a chat cast tonight. No play-by-play. Have a great one, and get your morning started tomorrow. Rhino Radio Penitentiary on 99.1 FM WQE. If you're not doing it, get your head out of your rear. Come on.
It's Friday. Working.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
packages. We'll be right back. Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves Country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves Country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves Country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves Country.
Oh.
Braves Country.
Come here. Now.
Braves Country. Braves Country. Braves Country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves Country.
Have a
Braves Country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped, "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Braves, it's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
You're in Braves Country.
Good Thursday to you, Braves Country. As, we took it on the chin again. Not playing great baseball. I still think they're shaking the cobwebs out as the Atlanta Braves drop the series to Philly. The sky is not falling. Relax. As Aaron Rodgers once said before he ripped his Achilles and broke the entire hearts of New York City, RELAX. Relax. We still have 10 days, 10 games, 11 days to get our act together. And I do think the push starts tonight. You're going to see a team that is going to go out and try to play to the best of their ability for the next week or so. Now, don't expect once they wrap everything up for it to be all in, but that will be the name of the game starting tonight. Max Fried is back. He's taken the bump. Remember, he would have pitched in the Phillies series. That changes the series quite a bit, right? He would have pitched in the Phillies series, most likely would have faced Zach Wheeler. Instead, they pushed everybody around, and Fried's going tonight. Remember the reason why. For those of y'all who may have, kind of slipped your mind, or maybe you just didn't get the memo. It happens. He had what was developing or could have developed into a blister. We'll put it that way. It's what they're calling a hot spot on his finger. Everybody knows what he's talking about. Just basically something you're like, man, oh man, that could turn into something. And because of that, they decided to let him rest, get a couple extra days off. And I think they're trying to set him up as well. If you look at it, if you kind of pitch it forward, I think they're trying to set this up for him to pitch tonight. We'll see how they play this out. We're going to get into the season series. This is the series preview of Braves Nationals. We're going to go through the entire series and kind of look ahead. But right now, you would suspect that they are going to pitch him tonight. And depending on what their philosophy would be, I told you how I thought my philosophy would be a couple of shows ago. I'll go over it again. The way it lays out, I would prefer to see Max Fried pitch tonight, Max Fried pitch next Friday night, and then that would give him about a week between that start and the beginning of the postseason. They might fiddle with it a little bit, but that would be essentially what I would want to do. Charlie Morton is set to pitch Friday. Because Spencer Strider is my game 2 pitcher in the playoffs. And you make it the argument game 1 pitcher, but I think you got to go Max Fried. Because Spencer Strider is my game 2 pitcher, he is set to pitch this Sunday. He pitched Tuesday, he pitched Sunday. Now that could change, but right now he's pitching Sunday. I would have Max pitch today, have Max pitch next Friday, giving him just over a week in between starts. Have Spencer pitch Sunday, maybe even a shorter start on Sunday. And then pitch Saturday. So I guess it still gives him 6 starts in between. 6 days in between. And then that would give him about 8 days in between starts. And then that would mean Charlie Morton, who's scheduled to pitch tomorrow night, I would then have him pitch next week. Probably, if you don't want to take it all the way to Sunday, if you want to rest everybody on Sunday, you just want like a Bobo game, then you could bump all this up. But I personally would want Charlie to pitch a few innings on Sunday to keep him loose. What you could do with Charlie is this. You could pitch him Friday and then wait till next week to pitch. Now, remember something else you could do too, because we're talking about the tail end of these series. We're talking about the end of the Washington series, the end of the season. Those games shouldn't matter, hopefully, if the Braves play well. You could do a combination. You don't just have to have Charlie Morton start day A, Max Fried day B, going into the you could do a thing where they piggyback off each other next weekend. So there's that option as well. And I'm telling you right now, I'm leaning more and more, but I do want to see what he looks like on Saturday. But I'm leaning more and more where I want Kyle Wright as my game 4 starter. I'm sorry, but Bryce Elder is killing us with those walks. And he doesn't have the velocity. Remember, Spencer Strider went through some of this as well. And this is just what young pitchers do. There are people out there freaking out. We got to DFA him. It's ridiculous. Get rid of him. All right, first of all, put whatever you're smoking down. We got to send him down. No. This is long-term with Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder is going to be a part of this rotation for a long way to go, right? So with that being said, I'm not feeling very comfortable with Bryce Elder being our starting pitcher in the postseason. And maybe they can work with him. Maybe he shows signs of other things. And there's still that possibility. You play the NLDS, and I'm sorry, but we got to put our best foot forward in the NLDS because it's only a best of 5, which sucks. I don't think anybody beats this Atlanta Braves team in a best of 7. The one I'm most worried about is whoever we face in the best of 5. It could be Philly, but Philly's starting to smell themselves a little bit. We kind of saw that in the Philly Braves series, right? Whoever they face in the NLDS, whoever makes it out of that first round, they get an advantage only having to beat the Braves 3 times out of 5. They just do. This Braves team, to beat them 4 out of 7, that is going to be a tough task. The Braves can get through, I'm going to say it right now, if the Braves can get through the NLDS, your Atlanta Braves are marching through the World Series. I firmly believe that. So we've got to put our best foot forward in the NLDS, meaning I want Max Fried, Strider, Charlie Morton, and then probably, at this point, Kyle Wright. Now, if Kyle Wright goes out Saturday and pitches terribly, then I'm resetting everything, and you could talk me into a number of different options. You could talk me into a bullpen game. You could talk me into a combination where A.J. Smith-Shawver comes out of nowhere. You could talk me into a combination where a lot of guys who aren't currently on the roster could make a bullpen game. But as far as if we're looking for traditional starts, I'm leaning Kyle Wright because the guy's stuff is starting to look good. I know he didn't have a great outing against Philadelphia, but hey, that wasn't fair to Kyle Wright. It was the second start in 4 months, and both starts come against the same team in a week. That is a recipe for disaster, especially when that offense is one of the best offenses in baseball. It's a different argument if you're saying, well, he's facing the Royals twice in a week. But he's facing the Phillies, who have a veteran lineup, and it's not fair to put that on him. Also, Game 4 will be on the road. I'm not loving the idea of Bryce Elder being on the road. I'm just not. If his sinker isn't hitting and he starts nibbling with that slider, and God forbid we have Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate when he is on the mound. Travis d'Arnaud loves to call the nibblers because it worked in 2021, so he's leaning on that experience, but we had a different pitching staff back then. And if all that falls into place, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be an absolute disaster. Because he starts off, if he gets in any kind of trouble, if he starts walking guys, he doesn't have the stuff to strike guys out. He's a pitch to contact guy. That's going to get you in trouble against a good offense. If it's Philadelphia, we saw what happened. If it's against the Cubs, and we should see Bryce Elder in the Cubs series, see how he does. But if he is out there nibbling around the edges, it's going to be a problem. So the main theme to this weekend on the Braves, not only do we want to get back on the winning track, I think we need to win 3 or 4. A sweep would be grand, but we need to win 3 or 4 just to set the tone of, hey, let's crank it up. Let's get serious. Even though it's on the road, let's crank it up. Then we come home against the Cubs and we finish it off against the Nationals. And the Cubs are scuffling. If you haven't paid attention to that, we're going to look at the wild card in a little bit just to give y'all an idea of what's going on in the National League. But that's an absolute disaster. I mean, the Cubs, by the way, Spencer Strider's back in that argument for the Cy Young. And I have been on record telling you I didn't think that he had a shot because of the way that Snell and Steele had been pitching. Justin Steele spit the bit last night. He was awful. He was awful against the Pittsburgh Pirates in his own home stadium. I mean, I don't care what anyone tries to tell you. Your biggest Cubs fan can't talk the way around that. And I know Strider's had some bad outings, but usually it goes off the momentum to the end of the season. Justin Steele last night, 3 innings, 6 earned runs, 8 hits allowed. He did have 6 strikeouts, but who gives a damn? 3 innings, 6 earned runs, and 8 strikeouts. That was awful. And the Cubs lost another one, but that's not the big deal. The big deal is his ERA shot up to 3, and I know you can look at it long term and big picture kind of stuff, but I'm telling you that right there, that kills your Cy Young race. I really think it's a 2-pitcher race now between Spencer Strider in his last 2 starts and Blake Snell, who should have 2 starts left. Right now, the leader in the clubhouse would be Snell, but Strider does have a couple things to lean on. The voter who won't vote for him because the Padres were an absolute disappointment. Now, that didn't used to matter when we talk about the Cy Young race. No one used to care about that. But I have heard some of your national guys bloviate about the fact that they won't vote for a guy high in the race if their team is not doing well, because they're going to look at it as it's his fault. Now, I don't look at it that way. I mean, I remember it's been within the past decade or so that Felix Hernandez, King Felix, won the AL Cy Young with a losing record, but a very low ERA and a very low WHIP. But Spencer Strider can lean on a couple things. A, he's on the best team in baseball, and he's helped him get there. Blake Snell won't be in the playoffs, and the way the Cubs are playing, they won't be in the playoffs. And if they are in the playoffs, it's to no thanks of Justin Steele. Justin Steele could have put his mark on it last night. Justin Steele could have went out and pitched a gem and said, hey, I'm here to carry my team to the postseason. He didn't. He got pounded at home when they need the win to the Pirates. So I would not vote Justin. I would vote him third. He's had that great of a year. I would not sit there and just, absolutely take him out of my balloting because of one start or whatnot, but he's struggled. And so I would take him out. The Braves fan in me is going to put Strider number 1, right? But right now, in the leader in the clubhouse, honest engine, if we're being real about this, and we take our fan hat off for a second, Snell is the leader in the clubhouse, but Strider has an opportunity because he's going to face the Washington Nationals twice the last week of the season. And if he can go out there and do the types of stuff that he did against Philadelphia the other night, go out there and get double-digit strikeouts or anything close to that, go out there and throw, I call it an outstanding start as opposed to a quality start. If you can go out there and go about 7 innings, 2 earned runs or less, double-digit strikeouts, he does that twice, it's going to be hard to vote against him. Assuming Blake Snell wants to go out there and throw a perfect game or something, but there's nothing you can do to control that. Real quick on the pitching matchups for this series. So you got Max Fried versus Jake Irvin tonight. You've got now Jake Irvin comes in with a 3-6 record, 4.34 ERA. Tomorrow night, Charlie Morton versus Patrick Corbin. We have bombed Patrick Corbin in the past. He's a left-handed hitter. You know what we do to left-handed pitching. Charlie Morton, Patrick Corbin, that should be a win. Max Fried, Jake Irvin, that should be a win. The big question mark is going to be Saturday. Kyle Wright versus, I believe he pronounces it Joan Adon, but I could be wrong on that. It's spelled like Joan, like Joan, but I'm pretty sure I've heard it pronounced Johan Adon. But he is 2-3 with a 6.28. ERA. And you can go, man, that sucks. And Kyle Wright's 0-3 with a 7.71. That really sucks. So that's going to be a high-scoring game. For the games that we are not doing, because we're dialing it back a bit as we go down the stretch here, we will put the chat up for Braves Country HD, so y'all can chat throughout the the tail end of the season. But we're going to try to do some production on those nights, and honestly, we haven't gotten a ton of views and likes on a lot of these, so we're kind of letting the market dictate that. We will bring you Friday night's game. We're going to bring you the entire Chicago Cubs series because it's a big series, not only for the Braves to get right the last week of the season, but also it's a big series for the Cubs. And so when we do Cubs games, we usually get a pretty good amount of Cubs viewers as well. So we're going to bring you that as well. And then we're going to bring you next Friday night's game. The only way this changes next weekend is if the Braves need a W to sew up like the National League best record or something like that. If that happens, we're going to take a look at it and see what's going on. But it's really hard to compete with the football and whatnot. Folks just aren't coming to the channel, and they're not liking it. And you have spoken. And so if you don't want it, we're not going to give it to you. What's the point? We're just spinning our wheels. We'll work on other things. Get ready for a very busy postseason. We'll obviously bring you every single game of the postseason, come hell or high water. And then as far as leading up to the postseason, for the Braves postseason, we are going to do some stuff. I just have to wait till the postseason schedule gets released for me to figure out what games I may do, what series, and kind of go from there. So the last weekend is up in the air as far as what may or may not be done. We will put the chat up regardless. And the beginning of the postseason, I don't know how it's going to be played out, but I'm planning on doing quite a few hours of content, quite a few games before the Braves hit the pavement. So, most likely Philadelphia's series, but it really depends on what time are those games, who are they playing, is the series a blowout? A game 2, I think it's more important to bring you the best game 2 as opposed to just tell you that it's going to be a game 2 of whatever series. And it'll be more ideal to figure out, all right, well, what times are these games going to play? Because remember, we didn't see it unfold the way it normally will last year because of the lockout. A lot of folks, in fact, some of the folks who have been on this channel recently, kind of forgot that because the lockout pushed the season till a Wednesday. And the only reason why I remember this stuff is because I was doing every game. So the end of the season ended on a Wednesday. The postseason started on a Friday afternoon, and they were pushing hard to get us through the postseason, through the World Series, and make sure we weren't playing into November, right? So this year, they've got a couple of days to play with, so to speak. So my guess would be we're going to get games Tuesday through Thursday, but I'm not 100% sure because they've been really vague on the playoff series, first round, the dates, and how it's all going to unfold. Because I honestly think that they're going to sit back and wait to see what markets are playing, what time would be the best time to get the most eyeballs on the TV, et cetera, et cetera. When you look at the teams that could be playing, we're going to look at the wild card here in a second, but there's a lot of different options. But Washington, to finish this series up as far as the pitching matchups go, Washington, they are on Sunday, they're going to face Spencer Strider. They have not announced a starter, so it could be a bullpen game. These are the Nationals. They're out of it. They could bring up a prospect there's a number of different ways that they could go. So I do believe the Braves should win this series, bare minimum 3 out of 4. Because the Max Fried, the Charlie Morton, and the Spencer Strider starts should be W's. If they're not, either A, the offense didn't show up, or the starting pitchers didn't show up. I think the bullpen's going to be fine one way or the other. Because Snicker has got to start being aggressive at this point with his bullpen. Because you want them in that mentality and in that mode going into October. You don't want them going, it's fine. It's fine. You got bombed. It's all right. You can't have that mentality. It's got to be, hey, you're not pitching well. Go get him. Go get him. Kranitz, get up off your ass. Go get him. So that's what I'm looking at. This series, bare minimum 3 out of 4. Kyle Wright, I give him the edge. I think he's pitched better than his numbers. I think it was just unfair what we did to him. But with all that being said, Joanna Don, the Braves offense should go out there and pound the hell out of them. The Braves offense should go out there and put up a lot of runs against Corbin. I would think whoever they're going to face on Sunday, they'll put up a lot of runs. Jake Irvin is the best pitcher they have going in this series tonight. But Max Fried is on the mound for the Atlanta Braves. He should go out there and pitch a gem. And if he doesn't, it's going to start feeling like 2022 again, where you're like, they're running out of gas. What the hell? And I'm sorry, at some point you got to point to Snicker and you got to say, what the hell are you doing wrong to not get these guys mental? Because the talent is there. What are you doing to not get them mentally ready? I'm giving them a pass, but I want to see what these next 10 games are like. Okay, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to look at the playoff picture, who the matchups may be for the Braves. There's a lot to dissect because that National League wild card, I mean, they're going in 5 wide into the turn. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I think you should retire.
Come on, Frank.
I'm sorry, but Maria's my wife. And if I can't support her in this, then she'll be like an ice pick in my ear until I die.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like it.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. Little Bites? That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites Muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
This is to anybody watching the Alabama game right now against South Florida, who lost to Western Kentucky in week 1. We're riding the struggle bus. What in the buffoonery and gainery is this? Is Mike Sheila the coach again? I don't know what's going on. But anyway, this is sad and pathetic. Roll Tide anyway, but like,
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves country. What a tangle web we weave when we try to win the National League. Good Lord. Looking at the magic numbers, breaking that down for everybody who doesn't feel like doing math. Fair enough. Who the hell wants to do that? The Atlanta Braves. So right now, the hard numbers would be this. Atlanta is 2 in front of Baltimore, 3.5 in front of the Dodgers. We're 2 games in front of the Orioles in the loss column, 3 in front of the Dodgers in the loss column. The Dodgers will play one more game than Atlanta down the stretch. They will not have a day off for the rest of the season. If you count next week, Thursday, they have a 4-game series against San Francisco, as opposed to a 3-game series that the Braves will play next weekend. So that's where the rubber meets the road. That's where everything will even up at, or should, assuming weather. All right. You're looking at this, the Braves magic numbers, pretty simple. So for folks who don't understand how you get there, once again, it's 163 is the number you take. You take away the Braves wins. We're sitting at 97. That gives you a 66. You subtract the Dodgers number. So let's do the National League first. You subtract the Dodgers number of losses, and they have 58. That gives you a typical magic number of 8, but here's the caveat. We have the tiebreaker. So our real magic number, though it's never been put into place in Major League Baseball this way, because no one ever paid attention to a lot of things, and mainly the tiebreakers, because everything was won on the field before they got their grubs all over this, their mitts all over it, and started putting everybody in the playoffs. But the important thing is Braves magic number to clinch the National League's best record, and I still say that is the most important one, is 7. I don't know if the Dodgers are going to get out of the NLDS, but I feel like they will. I feel like they're going to probably face Milwaukee, and they will have the firepower to beat Milwaukee. And if that is the case, we want to have a better record than the Dodgers. That's all that really matters. And when it's all said and done, that's all that really matters. Now, where are we at for the best record in baseball? You take that same 66, and you get that 66 once again, 163 games, because you add 1, always for a magic number. And the Braves have 197, so that gets you 66. You take that 66, you take the Baltimore's 57, and the magic number is 9. But we have the tiebreaker on Baltimore. We beat them head to head. So it's really 8. So 7-8, that's what we're looking at. If you really want to play this out forward, if you really want to get this further down the line, you worry about Tampa Bay possibly grabbing the lead. Okay, fair enough, to eliminate Tampa Bay. Although, once again, we've got the tiebreaker on them. So that magic number is actually 5 for Tampa Bay. They have 3 more losses in the loss column than Baltimore. So 5, 7, 8. If you really want to get concerned about it, I wouldn't be, because I don't think Tampa's going to catch them. But 5, 7, 8. 5, 7, 8, meaning Tampa Bay with the 5, Los Angeles with the 7, and Baltimore with the 8. That's the magic numbers. And we have 10 games left. Now, if Baltimore goes on a tear, then we might have to put the pedal down. I don't think we do. I don't think we give a damn. I think we care about getting the National League, and we'll let the chips fall where they may in the American League. And if it means Baltimore gets an extra game in the World Series over us, that'll be a good problem to have. We'll worry about that when we get there. But I don't think that we worry about that. I think we focus on the Dodgers. And once the Dodgers gets clinched, once you clinch that up, then you'll worry about it when it gets there. But if you do want to look at who they have playing tonight, Baltimore is in Cleveland. The Dodgers start their series against the Giants. So tonight you're talking about Giants, Dodgers. You're talking about, remember, the Dodgers just recently clinched a first-round bye. They've got their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. We're not the only team who's scuffling. I was reading an article from 1 or 2 days ago, maybe it was a little longer than that, but it was Houston fans freaking out because they had lost, listen to this, back-to-back series against Kansas City and Oakland this late in the season. You'd think we wouldn't be freaking the hell out if that was going on in Braves country? Of course we would. So we're not the only team who scuffles down the stretch. These are the dog days of summer. The reason why your typical Braves fan on social media and wherever you see them complain and whatnot and whine and scream at the crowd, scream at the clouds, the angry man scream. It's because they don't follow any other team. Most people only follow their team in a vacuum because they have these things called lives around it. They don't know what the hell's going on in Chicago. They don't know what the hell's going on in Philadelphia. They don't know what's being done in Houston. They have no idea. The Baltimore fans are a little worried about the fact that they're 5-5 over the last 10. They don't know that Tampa Bay fans, as happy as they were after the first 2 games, were pissed off at the last 2 games in Baltimore. They could have walked out of there tied for the division lead. Instead, they went out 2 back. So all these things come into play. So with that being said, Atlanta going through the same types of things. You see good teams scuffle going into the playoffs every year. The difference of this year and last year was last year we scuffled after we clinched it the next series. The problem was that series was in the postseason. We're scuffling now. Let's get it together. Let's get it turned around. But what's going on in this weekend? The Dodgers are hosting the Giants. Baltimore is in Cleveland. And these are 4-game series for both. So they're going to close the gap on the magic number one way or the other. Because either A, the Braves are going to get some W's, and these other teams will get some L's, and you'll see that magic number dwindle very quickly. Or you get the other, where you see we get some L's, they get some W's. And you're like, oh, holy hell, we're tied, or whatever have you coming out of the weekend. Or you get the other, where we all get L's or we all get W's, and there's not a lot of movement one way or the other. But what does happen for the Atlanta Braves is that the calendar starts to shorten. So time is on our side. If Baltimore or the Dodgers are going to catch us, the pressure's on them to win and scoreboard watch. The Braves can put some pressure, and they can actually manipulate what the Dodgers are doing out west because we play early. They play the late games. Atlanta Braves, they get on the board with the W. Dodgers, it's human nature. Dodger players are looking up at that score. It can be a bummer to go to the park because, man, we can't even gain any ground. And we're absolutely running out of calendar. So from that perspective, we have a huge advantage. Let's also not lie. We've got an advantage that we are playing the Washington Nationals 7 of the last 10 games of the season. We are at home 7 of the last 10 games of the season. Or I'm sorry, 6 of the last 10. These 4 in Washington. So all those play into effect. And the Braves are going to start tightening up their rotation. You notice this weekend, we don't have a scrub scheduled. It's Max Fried, Charlie Morton, Wright, and Strider. Those are guys that they expect to lean on in the playoffs. We're not getting, a Jared Schuster being pushed out there. Now, if you look at what's going on next week, how's everybody line up? And these will obviously be important. By the way, it's very interesting. Next week, all the teams that I just mentioned, the Dodgers, Tampa Bay even, Baltimore, nobody, even Atlanta, nobody plays on Monday. So it's literally a day to unplug. If you're a Braves fan, you're like, man, oh man alive. This is going to be a rough stretch. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Monday, recharge your batteries. Do something else that's not baseball. You might want to do something that's not even football related. It's not that great of a Monday Night Football game. Rams and Bengals, and they don't even know if Burrow is going to play. So my advice to you would be unplug. Do something outside. Maybe grill out a little bit. Recharge the batteries. I know that's what I'm planning on doing. And then, maybe you go to the movies. Whatever. Because then the home stretch comes. And Tuesday, we're going to be home against the Cubs. It's going to have a playoff type feel because there's going to be a lot of Cubs fans in that stadium. Justin Steele pitched well against us. I know he pitched terribly against Pittsburgh last night, but against us, pitched well, very well. Right now, it's scheduled for him and Bryce Elder to go head to head. A good litmus test for Bryce Elder, to be honest with you. But big picture, the Braves are at home against the Cubs. Beginning of the series of the beginning of the week. The Dodgers are at the Rockies, and it is a doubleheader. Now that's interesting. It's in Colorado too. Now that's an interesting thing right there because the Dodgers and that's essentially gonna make up the ground. But man, that can put a beating on your bullpen. I don't think the Dodgers are putting their best foot forward in that doubleheader. Rockies, there'll be guys out there playing for their contracts for next year, so we might get some help in that Dodgers Rockies series. And Baltimore during this time period, beginning of next week, they're at home against Washington, so they kind of get it. Now, the one thing about that is that's a rivalry because it's a cross-city rivalry essentially. Washington, D.C., for those of you who aren't geography nuts, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore are essentially neighbors. And so never had a great rivalry feeling to it. But in theory, that's their natural rival. So then you look at next weekend. By the way, all 3 of those Braves-Cubs games, they're all night games. And we are doing all three of them. I mentioned earlier, but we are doing all three of them if you're just joining us. The games that we're not doing, we will do the chat because I know folks want to chat during the game, and we don't have any problem with, putting up the chat and whatnot. But considering the level of interest that we've gotten on some of these games recently, we just kind of figure, everyone needs to maybe, get a break from us. And so we're going to, we're going to put the chat up on Braves Country HD, but we're not going to do the games. We're not doing tonight's game. We are going to put the chat up because it's Max Fried, but there's an NFL game going on that there's a lot of interest in. So there's that. We are doing Friday night's game. I know we went over this earlier, but real quick. We will put the chat up for Saturday's game. Saturday's a weird one. It's an early game in a big day of college football. 1:05 first pitch. You can tell Washington, D.C. is making these decisions because they don't have a damn clue what's going on in college football. You can kind of rinse and repeat that statement. Washington, D.C. doesn't know what the hell's going on anytime, anywhere. But all jokes aside, and then the Sunday game comes in right in the middle of all the NFL kickoffs, and so we will put the chat up for that. But the Friday night game we're bringing to you, every Cubs game we're bringing to you, and the first game of the Washington series next Friday night we're bringing to you. The chat will be up for the others. If it's of importance, we may bring you the final game of the season, but it's got to be important. It's got to be like, we need this win to do X. If not, then we'll just put the chat up. And that's a fun day in baseball if you got a dog in the hunt. But if you're a team like the Braves, you're just spinning your wheels, it's not that fun. But if you got a dog in the hunt, that is a fun day of baseball because they start every game. For folks who don't know this, they start every single game at 3:00. And they do that so no one has a competitive advantage. So teams out west are starting at noon Eastern. Teams in the East are starting at 3 Eastern. But everybody starts at 3:00. And that's fun. That's really fun. But like I said, there's most likely Braves will have everything wrapped up one way or the other and won't be playing for anything that day. So middle of the week, next week, Dodgers are at the Rockies. Braves host the Cubs. And Baltimore hosts Washington. What that tells you is from a competitive advantage, we have a much better competitive advantage this weekend because the Dodgers are playing a good team in the Giants. The Orioles are playing a solid team in Cleveland. We're playing the Nationals. Next week, early part, it flips the script. We're playing a good team in the Cubs. They're facing the Rockies, and they're facing the Nationals, respectively. So then what does next weekend look like? By the way, that series with Washington with Baltimore is only a 2-game series. It's Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday, they begin a series. They're at home against the Red Sox. The Dodgers will be finishing up the Rockies series, and we'll be finishing up the Cubs series. But when you hit Friday, Baltimore will once again be hosting the Red Sox. We will be hosting the Nationals, and the Dodgers will be at the Giants, and the Giants will be fighting for their playoff lives. They're still in that wild card race. And I continue to pull for them for the simple fact that I want these games to matter to them. I really want these games to matter to them. I don't want these games to turn into a nightmare where you're looking at the Giants packing it in. Yeah, there is that rivalry where they would like to knock out the Dodgers from anything that they could knock them out for at the very end. But the Giants, who have been playing really bad, I mean, they've lost 4 of their last 10. They're on a 2-game losing streak. They've got to get their head out of their ass, is what it comes down to. Honestly, for San Francisco to have we're going to look at the actual wild card standings right now. For San Francisco to have an honest chance to make a wild card slot, and it's dwindling, but the lucky thing for them is, I was joking with a buddy of mine this last night, big Cubs fan, and I said, dude, nobody's trying to win. They're all losing their asses off. But the Giants come into tonight's action 3 games out of the wild card. Hell, San Diego has almost caught them. San Diego's on a 7-game winning streak, for folks who haven't paid attention to that. I still don't think San Diego's going to be able to muster enough to leapfrog all these teams, but what is real about this is San Francisco's almost gotten caught by San Diego. They come in to Thursday's action 76-76. They have played poorly this second half. They're under 500 for the second half. I want to say it's 6-7 games, something like that, under 500. But they are a solid team. They're going to put their best foot forward, and we'll see what happens in the Dodgers series this week in a 4-game series. My hope is San Francisco wins 2, at least, and that helps us knock down our magic number to a bare minimum of, what would that be? That would be 5. Because right now it's 7. And then, of course, if we get some wins, let's say if San Francisco could split and we win 3 out of 4, guess what? The magic number at that point is 2, and you can pretty much book it. But you look at the National League wildcard race, for folks who haven't been kind of checking out. No one in the wild card, by the way, is playing outstanding baseball. The 2 teams that have played the best baseball in the last 10 games, if you're not counting San Diego because they're so far out of it, they're 4.5 back with a week and a half to go, and they would have to leapfrog 4 teams to get into the playoffs. We talk about this in the past, but you're not talking about just you getting smoking hot. 4 other teams in front of you, and they've already won 7 in a row, so the odds are against them to continue that win streak. But you would have to get smoking hot, and 4 teams, not 1, 4 teams would have to spit the bit. But right now, if you're looking at the playoffs, and you're looking at who is left in the National League, Philadelphia is going to get the 1 seed. They're 2.5 up, 3 in the loss column on Arizona for the 4 seed versus 5 seed. Very good chance. Now, I would love to see Arizona get hot. They've won 5 in a row coming in to Thursday, but the problem with that is they have a lot of questions, and they're going east. And usually for West Coast teams, that's a grind. They go to Yankee Stadium. Yankees aren't a good baseball team this year, but it's usually a grind to win in that stadium. So I'm pulling for Arizona to get the 1 seed. That would be great, or Chicago. But I don't think it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure Philadelphia is going to get it. So Philadelphia is going to be the 1 seed. Arizona is a game and a half in front of the Cubs. And that would be your playoffs right now. Braves 1, Dodgers 2, Milwaukee 3. The 4 seed would be Philadelphia, the 5 seed Arizona, and the 6 seed Cubs. What that would mean in the big picture is Philly would play Arizona. The winner of that does not care about seedings. Seedings we do not reseed in the baseball playoffs as of now, which is ridiculous, but we don't. Philadelphia, Arizona, that winner will play the Braves. Milwaukee, Chicago, that winner will play the Dodgers. And then obviously the winners of those 2 series, Braves versus Philly, Arizona winner, That takes you to the National League's championship series. LA versus the Chicago-Milwaukee winner. That takes you to the NLCS. And that's why it's so important, because after one series, the best record in the National League will determine where the NLCS starts at. And I've heard a number of Braves talk about this. They firmly believe that had we not had home field advantage in the NLCS in 2021, they don't think we would have won it, and I concur. The Dodgers took 2 of 3 out there from us. It was a different electric atmosphere, and the Braves crumbled. We should have won 2 of 3. Luke Jackson threw that freaking tater to Cody Bellinger. Good night, Irene. And the next thing you know, we were back in a series again. But the Dodgers were facing the same Lions den when they came into Atlanta. So we need that home field advantage. We need to hold the home field advantage in the NLDS. It's going to be incredibly important. We go out there and split it like we did last time with Philly, then they get the advantage, and it is very difficult to win in Philadelphia. Holding the home field advantage is very important. But looking at the rest of the National League wild card real quick, on the outside looking in, a half game behind the Cubs is Miami. 1 game behind the Cubs and a half behind Miami is Cincinnati. And then you got San Francisco. They got some work to do. They're going to really have to get hot these next 10 games. I still think San Diego's out of it, but it is interesting. They've made it interesting. And they're at home against St. Louis this weekend. So if there's an opportunity to keep the wins rolling, that's it. It would be so San Diego Padre to miss out on the playoffs by a game. All right, that's going to do it for Braves Country today. Keep it locked in here on WQEE 99.1 FM. Real quick, my pick to click tonight. I'm going to go with Matt Olson. He hasn't hit one in a few days, and I think it's time for him to rock one. The Braves always hit well in that park. Give me Matt Olson. Give me the Braves to win this one 8-2. I think they're going to get it right tonight. 8-2. Max Fried back on the bump. Let's go. I might be giving them more credit than I should. It might be 8-1. It may be 8-0. But I'm going to go 8-2. All right, enjoy the game. Like I said, we are going to do the chat cast tonight. We're going to go up against the NFL, considering the feedback we've gotten over the last several days. So we're going to put the chat cast up because they can't stop me from doing that, but they are putting me at other duties, doing other things. So fair enough. Fair enough. You win some, you lose some, and sometimes you lose a lot of them. And then we will have the game pitch by pitch, play by play for you tomorrow night. We look forward to bringing you that. Go Braves! Let's get back on the dubs, man. It's time for another dub. Good Lord. This losing stuff, that's for I don't know, poverty franchises like the New York Mets. Come on, Braves!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red bellows bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the
ball.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play.